Hello, Moho. Lots of content today. Charlie is dead and Article 4 got involved. Yeah, I know. Also, Moho, it's been a while. Where have you been, Moho? Like, you haven't been here for 10 years. And you used to be my regular viewer. My favorite viewer is back. Does that mean that the golden age for this channel is... We are seeing the golden age of my channel, if you're back? Been studying chemistry and art. Oh, nice. Will you paint? Hold on, I have to set everything up. To set all the chats and crap. Chats and craps. I've been sleeping today. I just woke up to insanity, I guess. Oh, I have to... I guess I have to tell everybody that I'm live, because otherwise nobody will come. Even though my Discord has like 50 different ways to tell everybody that I'm streaming. We're gonna steal some content from President Sunday and that other person in the fold. Gonna be talking about how
in their life, or because of, the fan group around him and what he did to harass people is horrifying. But if they're like, oh God, I'm so relieved, this is so good, you're fucking up. You're fucking it up.
That is true. We're like, we should not be happy about what happened. I'll just give my own thoughts. I'm not gonna watch them talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it myself. I'm not... Hello, fake Alec Parker. Charlie Kirk not just shot but dead, yeah. That I feel like what I just heard on briefly on the fold is correct. We shouldn't exactly be celebrating that. That's not a good idea. There are reasons for that. I'm gonna give my reasoning why. Although the reasons are not exactly complicated. It does feel a bit weird considering that, I'm gonna make a whole well-spoken, brilliant, spoken, organized segment that nobody's gonna watch. But it is weird. I do feel weird about it because of a few factors. Hello, Lettuce. We're having so many news today. I mean, not many, but we're having big news today. Lettuce, have you found any drones? Have you alerted the authorities of any drones? Did you get the message on your phone? Did you get the message on your phone to... I got an SMS on my phone. I got a message on my phone saying, if you find any drones, alert it to the authorities. Do not try to approach the drone. I actually got a message from the authorities. I got this little thing on the phone where it warns me, it's gonna be a huge hurricane in the next few days. Be careful. And today, that phone thing sent me, if you spot any drones, alert the authorities and do not try to approach them. So, yeah. I've been alerted. I've been alerted of the drones. War of the drones. I'm not sure if I should get straight into it or start with something lighter. But it's crazy. It's crazy. What should I start with? Charlie or drones? I've been criticized on a certain streamers. I slept through the day. Same, actually. Unironically, I also slept through the day. My antidepressant medication makes me really sleepy. Today's the 9th day of me taking my antidepressant medication, and you know, after tomorrow, I'm gonna be upping the dosage. Right now, I'm taking half a pill every day. And after tomorrow, I'm going to be taking a full pill every day. Yeah, a full pill. I'm going to be a fool. I'm going to be a fool. Quitting YouTube. Why creators burn out? Because that is the most important thing. That is the most important thing. We should probably have some sort of a... Oh, yeah, I do. I do have some sort of an article to have with it. Where is it? Politics Global? I think AP News reported on him being dead. Hold on. Let me find, although probably I can just Google it. Let me see. My goodness, cannot believe this. It's as if the universe was It was as if the universe was preparing me for the Charlie Kirk thing. AP News, Charlie Kirk. There you go, AP News. Charlie Kirk has died after being shot at an event in Utah. Utah event, Charlie Kirk dead. He was loved by all, apparently. Oh, do you think that the Mormons hated Charlie Kirk for being not Mormon enough? Is that what happened? He was shot down by the Mormons? Oh, already we are seeing some speculation on the shooter having been a drug addict, and drugs are being blamed because, of course, a meth head. That posted some crazy things on their social media. Already we have the first culprit, drugs. Is there anything known about the shooter? We're about to learn. Like, the person that tried to shoot Trump was also a conservative. It's gonna be blamed on trans people somehow. Somehow I know it's all gonna be blamed on trans people. Maybe that person was not trans, but you know what? Maybe they were spiritually trans. Maybe they were a trans person in the making. Who knows? It's all the fault of the radical left and trans people somehow. I know it. I've been really. This is weird news for me because very lately I've been doing a bunch of stuff and I've been bombarded recently. I've been flooded, spammed on YouTube with Charlie Kirk content. I kept seeing those shorts in which there would be a guy saying, "Watch this clip of Charlie Kirk owning a leftist, a crazy socialist, a purple-haired lunatic," or "This is how the left debates." And then Charlie Kirk would say something really stupid to a person at a university or at a rally or during a speech. And then a person trying to debate him would say something equally stupid. And Charlie Kirk would smirk and say, "Huh, see, this is how they debate me." And that would be the clip. And I would be flooded with those clips, flooded, spammed. I would get more and more increasingly annoyed. And I came to the conclusion that I guess American audiences, because those were very popular clips with a lot of positive comments, like, Charlie is our hero. Charlie shows it how it is. Charlie explains the truth. Charlie knows what's up. And I came to the conclusion that maybe American audiences, I know it's a very big revelation, American audiences favor style over substance. The louder you say something, the more confidently you say something, the more probability is that you can basically say anything and people will eat it up as something profound and smart. One of the latest clips that I've seen before learning about the news of Charlie Kirk being shot was Charlie Kirk asking someone at a university, of course, from the audience. No, someone asking Charlie Kirk from the audience, university audience, "How do you define socialism?" And his answer being, "I define it as the Soviet Union, China, and..." He named another country, which is not a definition. Okay, that's not a definition. And then he said, "In practical terms, I define it as the Soviet Union." And then he added, "In academical terms, I define socialism as the destruction of the family, taking away all property, and destroying society." And I'm like, oh, okay, neither of these are correct, and yet people are just clapping like seals. But then again, say anything confidently enough, with enough bravado, and it just gets the applause. But I think like 90% of presidential debates is just rhetorical posturing. Yeah, I noticed. Rhetorics is a thing Rhetorics is a thing people study because of this. Yeah. And it's as if the universe was preparing me for these news. Like, a certain saying comes to mind. And now, during one of those crazy events, he just got shot by some lunatic. And there's probably going to be discussion. The far left, quote unquote, is going to be blamed. Trans people are probably going to be blamed. From what I'm seeing, drugs are going to be blamed already, the first and foremost culprit. I really wonder if anyone who is on the side of Charlie Kirk is going to point at guns, which this is going to be a thing. I doubt, but we'll see. And there's going to be a lot of different reactions. I already saw many people celebrating in a very weird fashion. I don't really think we want a precedent in which a political figure that is unpopular, well, political figure. I don't think we should have a precedent of pundits or public speakers being shot and people celebrating it, because like, do we really want that precedent to be set? What if there's that trans speaker and a right-wing lunatic shoots the trans person? You know, do you know what I'm trying to say with this? It's not it is not a thing that we should look at and be like, oh yes, great, amazing, yes, oh, you know? This is not a thing that should be celebrated. Like, yeah, I didn't like Charlie Kirk. It's like Charlie Kirk was not a person that I was a big fan of, but I'm not just gonna start dancing and being super happy by the guy being shot. You know? Is this unreasonable of me? And it frankly feels quite strange that people think that this is the way. People feel, it seems like people can be very bloodthirsty. People can be very out for blood. And when something like that happens, immediate celebration follows. Let me see. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk, the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Points USA, has died after being shot Wednesday at an event at Utah University. President Donald Trump in a Truth Social post. The shooting comes amid a spike in attacks on political figures in the United States across all parts of the ideological spectrum. And I don't think we should be wanting that. I don't think we should want political differences to be solved, quote unquote, by political figures, political pundits, commentators just being shot. I'm not sure that's the precedent we really want to be set. I think I have the statement by Donald Trump here. Do I? Do I have it? No. Hold on. Do I? Is this it? Yep, that's it. Hello, Neil Shadaka. Donald Trump. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. That's a lie. That's complete nonsense. He was loved and admired by all. Okay, just I hate to be that person, but if he was loved and admired by all, then why was he shot? Like, that's the most obvious question that comes to mind. And I don't mean to be that person, but, you know, how can you say he was loved and admired by all right after he was shot by somebody? That's a weird thing to say, okay? That is a really strange thing to say after somebody gets shot. Oh yeah, everybody loved him. Well, apparently not. At least one person did not. Especially me. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife Erica and family. Charlie, we love you. So, again, this is going to be some people, he will be deified by this martyr on the right, by some groups. I'm really hoping that oh yeah, and of course the left, this will definitely be used to amplify messaging that the left wing is a bunch of bloodthirsty lunatics that just want people that they disagree with shot. I can guarantee you this. I can guarantee you that you will be seeing a lot of far-right pundits making the rounds, talking about how the far-left lunatic, how the far-left people are lunatics that just want everybody on the right dead. I mean, what does shooting Charlie Kirk accomplish exactly? Nothing. Like, is this what we want? Is this really what we want? Like, the same argument applies to the right. You do know that, right? They did that. A right-wing lunatic can make the argument of, oh my god, the trans lunacy is going too far. I guess it's up to me to take my gun and just start shooting people and start shooting pundits and just shooting everybody. They want my family destroyed. Laura Loomer is already calling for this, and she's in his ear. Yeah. Let me guess, another trans shooter, right, Lucy? Well, so far, the shooter is a drug addict, okay? So far, the drugs are being blamed, not trans people. But we'll see. The night is still young, so maybe along the way we'll learn that the shooter is a trans person. I don't know. It feels like it's a bad precedent to set. Oh, there's this pundit that says crazy things. I guess he should be shot. You know? I don't think that's the way. Those views should be marginalized, of course. Those views should be criticized, marginalized, and ostracized, but it doesn't mean that the people should just get shot. We'll see. It shouldn't be the way, but he and the people like him made it that way. I don't know. I'm not a huge believer in fight fire with fire or tooth for tooth, eye for an eye. I'm not a big fan of that. I guess I'm just crazy like that. I'm just a crazy lefty. Wait, no, I'm actually not lefty enough. Never mind. Here's what we know so far. The victim, 31-year-old Kirk, personified the pugnacious populist conservatism that has taken over the Republican Party in the age of Trump. He launched his organization Turning Point USA in 2012, targeting younger people and venturing onto liberal-leaning college campuses where many GOP activists were nervous to tread. And he kept saying nonsense, to which people had a hard time responding in any substantial manner. And again, then Charlie Kirk would proudly smirk and declare himself victorious, even though he would falter against anybody that actually knew what they were talking about. He was actually pretty recently humbled by some professor from the UK or something. It's like anytime he spoke with anybody that knew what they were talking about, Charlie Kirk did not come out looking very good, especially on topics like Ukraine, because of course Charlie Kirk was a very aggressive anti-Ukraine advocate, because of course. What a shock and surprise. Are you surprised? Are you shocked by this revelation? The shooter. Authorities are still searching for the suspect. The mayor says A person who was taken into custody at Utah Valley University was not the suspect, according to a person familiar with the investigation, and was not authorized to speak publicly. It was not clear if authorities were still searching the campus for a suspect. How old is this article? We might have to look for something. We might have to be looking out for news about the shooter. We'll see. The location, it's not super. I guess location Kirk was speaking at a debate hosted by TPUSA. The event at UVU had been met with divided opinions on campus. An online petition calling for university administrators to bar Kirk from appearing received nearly 1,000 signatures. I guess, looking back, it would have been healthier for Charlie not to be barred. He would have complained about it, of course, but I guess he'd be alive. The university issued a statement last week citing First Amendment rights and affirming its commitment to free speech, intellectual inquiry, and constructive dialogue. None of which you got with Charlie Kirk, to be fair. Commitment to free speech, okay, I guess you got that with Charlie Kirk. Intellectual inquiry, what a joke. Constructive dialogue, yeah, sure. You had such constructive dialogue with Charlie Kirk. Updates take time. 3 new updates. Oh yeah. American flags are lowered at the White House. Jesus Christ almighty, that is so weird. Okay, I will say that is very weird. That the flags of the United States are lowered in the name of some pundit. Okay? That is extremely, extremely strange. But, well, you know, it happens. The American flags on the White House roof at the north and south lawns have been lowered to have stuff in Kirk's honor as ordered by President Trump. That is bizarre. Trump took to social media earlier in the day to announce Kirk's shooting, death at Utah University appearance. Trump in that moment praised the 31-year-old Kirk, co-founder and CEO of the youth organization Turning Point, as great and even legendary. Sure. I mean, he did sort of, he was a spokesperson for Trump, so. Kirk's appearance at Utah Valley University marked his kickoff of his latest national college tour. Well, I guess that ain't happening anymore. There ain't gonna be any more tours. The tour featured Kirk's Prove Me Wrong table, where Kirk sat as he did on Wednesday, fielding questions from students, including those who disagreed with him. Well, that also is a thing of the past, I guess. Nobody will be proving him wrong anymore. The conservative activist had scheduled events over the next 2 months at locations including Colorado State University, the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, Virginia Tech University, the University of North Dakota, Montana State University, Indiana University, Louisiana State University, and the University of Mississippi. I'm not gonna be mourning Charlie Kirk. I'm not sad that he died, but you know what? I just don't see that as the. I just don't see that as the preferred. I just don't see this as the preferred precedent of, oh, there's a speaker I don't like. Yes, he should be shot. This will just make things worse. I'm just saying. Kirk's killing follows political violence elsewhere around the country this year, including the assassination of Democratic Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband in June, and the fatal shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington in May. Kurt Braddock, an assistant professor of public communication at American University, says little is known yet about the shooter or the motive. I don't think that I'm a Polish socialist at heart. I don't think injustice should be solved by violence on the streets. I don't think that is the answer. I don't think that is the method. Any new news about this event? I would be showing some footage, but that would probably kill the stream if I show any footage of this event. So I'm not even gonna risk it for the biscuits because, you know, I'm not gonna. He helped January 6th and got away with it. I don't know what else was left. Oh, well, he was a right-wing lunatic. He was as I said, as I opened with, he pushed the most right-wing lunacy. American flags are lowered, very weird. I wonder. I mean, I guess this is just gonna get worse, I suppose. Let me see. Charlie Kirk shooter profile. Maybe there's anything. Maybe there's anything. We'll see if there's anything on the shooter. Oh. Charlie Kirk shooting, visual timeline, maps, and photos. Maybe that's kosher to show. Is it Lucy herself? That I am me, yes. Oh my god. I don't want to. Although maybe. Can I log in? Look at my face as I log into. Oh no, thank you. I'm not paying anything. I'm not paying a dime. As a Polish socialist, you should probably condemn the political violence against public figure. A lot of socialists been targeted in Europe for their political views. Yeah. I mean, I am basically doing that, so. I am basically. It was a strong belief among the Polish socialists that things are not done through violence. So I guess I'm just living the tradition. The Guardian. Charlie Kirk's death shows political violence is now at a new high. Also press like on the stream, as we are mourning the death of a great man, legendary even, beloved by all. I wonder, I want to see if there's any commentary by right-wing pundits on this, like Steven Crowder or whatever. Political violence is now a feature of US life. The shooting of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk at an event in Utah marks another example of ongoing political violence in the US, now a feature of American life. Wow, things sure got more stable and good under Donald Trump, huh? America is just becoming great again, I guess. More instability in the world, more violence domestically, more radical violence domestically. That's just, that's just the pains of America becoming great again. It's just amazing. It's all the amazing things. I'd just like to take this a moment to note that all these amazing things are happening under Trump. My big fear is that political violence might extend to the common person such as me. I'd rather not get shot. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's very much. I'd hate to be the fearmonger, but the political violence might very well start being extended to regular people. Oh, you're part of this minority. Are you here legally? Are you in this country legally? Maybe I should just take matters into my own hands and deport you myself or something. Oh, you're trans. You're a freak of nature. I should deal with you because you're trying to indoctrinate our children. What's to say this is not gonna start being a thing? What exactly is stopping this from becoming a thing? Oh, trans. You're trying to destroy our families and indoctrinate our children. It's time to, reach for my gun. Donald Trump confirmed on Wednesday that Kirk had died, saying, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie." Sorry, no likes until I learned something new. I've been on Mercado stream for a couple of hours. Well, I don't know what you know. Okay? Also, I have a nicer voice than Mercado Media, so there's that. Okay? Mercado Media is the popular big streamer that has like hundreds upon hundreds or even thousands of views, okay? Live viewers. I need all the likes that I can get to grow from a micro streamer to a small streamer. You should be trying to support your favorite streamer, Vladimir, instead of saying, "Ha, I watched Mercado Media's coverage. Give me something new or I will withhold affection." Kirk on campus, Utah. Let me try to find something on the shooter. Maybe that will be new. News on the shooter himself. Tools. Last hour. Like, I don't know. I don't know if the answer is they already do that though. I'm not sure that's like that. Things can always get worse. I don't think we have the appreciation for the fact that things can always get worse. No suspect in custody. Witnesses describe lax security because, you know, who cares about security? Charlie Kirk thought he had plot armor or something, I guess. I guess Charlie Kirk thought he had plot armor. Which he clearly did not. Duh, gonna withhold my share, like, and subscribe. Wow, thank you. That is so mean.
We have a witness now who's joining us by phone. His name is Justin Hickens.
Oh, they're speaking with a witness. Okay, then. There you go. Something maybe new. Unless Mercado Media has watched this is something new. So I think I have earned your like.
He apparently was at the scene of the shooting. Justin, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was about 20 yards away on Charlie's left. I had gotten there probably just a few minutes before noon. There was thousands of people there. Unfortunately, there was no metal detectors. There was security by Charlie, but anybody could have shown up with whatever, unfortunately. And I happened to kind of maneuver my way down close on the side. And the first interaction probably took about 10 minutes. It was a religious-related exchange. And then there was someone who stepped up, ironically, coincidentally, who asked a question about mass shootings. And about 60 to 90 seconds in, we heard a big loud shot. I saw
Oh, so I guess Charlie Kirk was answering a question about mass shootings. Wouldn't be surprised if he was in the middle of blaming the transes and then he got shot, which is...
bunch of blood come out of Charlie. I saw his body kind of kick back and go limp, and everybody dropped to the ground. And luckily, there were no other bullets sprayed into the crowd because nobody was really able to go anywhere. It was just like a big, open pavilion, amphitheater, outdoor venue. And, lots of screaming, lots of yelling, lots of bodies on top of each other. And after a couple minutes, people got up and started kind of running, getting out of there. There were some gates, some barriers that had been pushed aside and knocked over, and people were able to move. And I started to move quickly, and then kind of realized that I said, I think we're okay. And I kind of stopped walking away, and I kind of turned around, and all of a sudden I saw officers walking with this very elderly gentleman with white hair, and they had him arrested. Had him on his knees. He was screaming about, his rights and all that stuff. And they cuffed him and put him away. And about 20, 30 other people just said, yeah, that's the guy. That was the shooter. And people had said that they...
Well, apparently there's no real culprit in custody right now. Apparently the person caught was not... Apparently the culprit has not been caught. Person that was initially caught was not the person.
Seen him there early. He got to the event really early, was kind of walking around, talking to a lot of people, just this elderly gentleman, but that's all I got for you.
Justin, no, that's a lot, and I'm gonna keep you on the air with us because this is important.
I keep hearing that the real culprit has not been caught to date, so this description of an old guy that has been apprehended, apparently that's not the person, so...
important what you saw. People who haven't seen these events, these turning point events, or these, these events with Charlie Kirk, people can go up, there's a microphone usually set up, and people can try to debate him or bring up a question or a point. Set up before the shooting, what exactly was happening, because you touched upon that.
Well, there was, I couldn't exactly tell how many, but I'm sure there was maybe 15 to 20 people in line to talk to Charlie, enough to where...
Well, there was at least one person in line to do more than just talk. I know that sounds horrible, but you know what? Dark humor is a Polish trait, and it gets us through stressful situation. Although, again, I'm not exactly... I don't like the precedent that it sets, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm mourning the death of Charlie Kirk.
He probably felt like it was going to take a good while to get through everybody. And he had only gotten through one exchange with an individual. And honestly, it was kind of getting drawn out a little bit too much. The crowd was getting a little restless. Like, hey, we're talking too much on this religious topic. Let's go to something else. And so finally they wrapped up, and then somebody else got up there. And like I said, for about 60 to 90 seconds, there was an exchange about mass shootings, transgenders involved in mass shootings.
There we go. I knew it. I knew that was the topic. It is not difficult to predict. I would actually, if somebody has a video of that brief exchange before the shot is fired, I would like to know how that sounded.
And ironically, that's when the shot went off.
And then when you heard the shot, did it sound like it was close, near to where he was speaking, or did it sound like it was coming from afar, maybe in the back of the crowd, or could you tell?
No, it sounded like it was the back of the crowd, which was pretty wild. I don't know though. It's like it must have been closer, but then
Yeah, I saw the close-up video, and obviously I'm not gonna show it now. Obviously, I'm not gonna show that video on stream because that would be the end. Hmm. So yeah.
again, it's like if it was that close, how did nobody else?
Obviously, I'm not gonna show that. Obviously, that's... I've been sent the close-up video.
See this man pulling a gun out of his, side or pocket or whatever. So
Oh, you don't have to censor that comment, Conrad. It's fine. I think it's fine.
Once he was shot, once Charlie was shot, was there any first aid? Could you see? Do you know if paramedics were able to get to him? Was there any type of sort of first responders on the campus?
Well, there were about 15 to 20 people, right behind him, whether that was security, whether that was medical, whether that was whoever.
From what I've seen from that video, from that close-up video, the chances of him being saved were pretty slim. I'm not gonna They really it didn't look like they were gonna exactly bring him back from that. That would look pretty decisive. You know?
But as soon as he was shot, he, just kind of went limp, fell over, and then everybody just dropped and went down.
I mean, there was a big amount of blood coming out of his neck. He just dropped to the floor like a rag doll, basically. The field of necromancy has come a long way, Lucy. You never know, said fake Alec L. Parker. I mean, even necromancy has its limits. It was carotid artery, dead in seconds, not minutes. Did you hear the jets at night? No. Conrad, I slept through the biggest bombings in Kyiv ever since the beginning of the war. I'm not gonna hear jets flying, okay? If I slept through bombs falling that made the building that I slept in Kyiv shake. So I'm not gonna that's not gonna wake me up at night. Okay? I slept through some really strange things in Ukraine. Maybe you are awake. I get sleep. If I'm not streaming, I usually go to sleep during the night because the antidepressant medication makes me sleepy, actually. I am very often sleepy lately. Until I get used to the medication, I'll be sleepy a lot of the time. And soon I'll be upping the dose. I also heard an explosion. Oh! You heard an explosion. Maybe a drone dropped nearby. If you heard an explosion, that means that a drone fell near where you were. So you should have reported it. You should have reported it. Oh, did you get a message on your phone warning you to report any sighted drones and not to approach them? Fearless Lucy, Holy Based. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of streamers seem to be very cowardly, very weirdly cowardly. This is an aside not related to Charlie Kirk at all. I've seen Destiny talking about doxing, I think to Counterpoints or someone like that. In a real life talk, they were sitting on a chair and he was saying how, oh, I don't like doxing, I don't like that line being crossed, but I don't really care because people did it to me and it was terrifying. And there's footage showing Destiny being swatted. There are two people with machine guns coming on Destiny from behind, and Destiny raising his hands to the air with sheer terror in his eyes. It's like his face showing sheer terror. You know? And I thought to myself, wow, it's like, I hate to be that person, but is he a wimp? Like, I was in a situation in which I had people with machine guns waking me up from sleep and pointing machine guns at me. It was a border. I don't want to tell this story for the 50th time in a row, but I was in that situation where there were people with machine guns pointing at me, hands in the air, and I was like, oh, okay, you know? I wasn't, you know? Me, I'm just built different. You know? Maybe I'm just built different, but I did not have this. Oh my God. but I did not have this reaction of being in sheer terror. Keppel's got $100,000 off of a situation like that. So I guess that's the thing. I don't know. It's just... And I consider myself a pretty wimpy crybaby. So that's strange. You know? I didn't report it because I saw it earlier on the map where they showed where all the drones dropped. Interesting. Okay. So I guess you assumed it was already reported. Fair enough. Fair enough. Those border guards were actually afraid of you. They were not. They were very much not afraid of me. But at the end of because they did an apartment search, and by the end of the search, they kind of figured out that it was a waste of time. I still remember when the guy in charge said, we're gonna confiscate all of your computers and we're gonna check what's on your computers. We're gonna take all of your computer equipment with us. And by the end of the search, they were like, yeah, we're not taking the computers. It's a waste of time. Yeah. Yep. That was actually pretty funny. Yeah, we're not taking your computers.
And I had bodies on top of me, and I was just...
Bodies on top of me. Come on. Then now the guy is sounding like he's now he's talking like when I hear there were bodies on top of me, the image that my mind conjures is like a bunch of dead people. A bunch of people were shot and the bodies fell on him, but he just meant that people dropped to the ground and fell on him. They were not bodies. You did not have bodies on you. Jesus. What a way. Lucy, what did you think of my Biden-inflation image? It's very One Piece-like. Very cute. Very nice.
Just praying. I was just like, I hope there's not, a bunch of stuff spraying into the crowd here, because everybody's a sitting duck right now.
We sort of all witnessed what happened to President Trump when he was on the campaign trail in Pennsylvania, and what happened there. When this was happening, I mean, did it kind of register in your head, someone's trying to kill Charlie Kirk?
Oh yeah, immediately. I mean, for a split second, you kind of like, wait a minute, is this really happening? And you saw the amount of blood that came out upon the initial shot, and you knew that it did not look good.
After he's shot and he sort of collapses back and everyone hits the ground and people are piling on top of you, we've seen some videos of sort of the mass hysteria to run out of there. When does that happen?
I think that probably started maybe about 10 to 15 seconds after. People give it a few seconds, realize there's no more shots being fired. Now's our time to take a chance and get out of here. And so I was a little, I stayed down a little bit longer, and then finally realized after probably a good...
That is a weird question that comes to my mind, but I wonder if anybody got trampled during this event when people were running away.
And a minute and a half had gone by that there were no more shots. I was like, okay, I'm probably good to get up and make a move.
These things happen so fast, and you said in your head you weren't sure if it was real or not. I'm assuming you live in the state of Utah as well. You've
Correct.
likely heard gunshots before, rifle shots, buckshots, whatever it may be. It was unmistakable that what was happening as it occurred, right? But it happened so fast.
Correct.
I'm sure it could also be confusing.
Yeah, well, and people were just packed in. People were shoulder to shoulder in there. I mean, it was.
We actually don't have super much information from what I'm seeing. We we don't really know what the motive of the shooter was. We don't really know much of anything. We just know that the guy was killed during a rally. That's it. It could have been for any number of reasons. It could have been done by any politically oriented person, honestly.
First got there, I couldn't even see the stage, and I said, hey, let me try to. It was just me by myself, so I thought, let me try to, maneuver my way down closer to the side, and so that's what I ended up doing. I was just completely, to his left on the side wall, but got about 20 yards away. I mean, there was one person in front of me on the rail.
Yeah, and did the crowd seem welcoming? I mean, we've.
Oh yeah, and this will definitely amplify the message of people like Charlie Kirk, of people of his political side, so to speak, that they are the victims, they are being hunted down, shot down, they're being attacked for speaking truth to power. Probably people are gonna be talking about the radical left that wants to silence them. It's gonna happen. I can see it from a mile away. Imagine if the killer is trans. Holy shit.
You see some red hats there. We know Charlie Kirk was a supporter of the president, one of his most vocal supporters. Was it sort of friendly to Charlie Kirk, or was it hostile?
I would say about 98% friendly. There was a small faction up on a balcony with a trans flag and lots of different rainbow-colored hairdos and, interesting-looking characters, let's say, that were kind of barking back and yelling and shouting. But for the most part, I would say 98%, welcoming and friendly.
When we look at this shot right here that we're freezing because we don't want to show the moment that he was shot, but this is maybe a millisecond.
Yeah, that would be... that would not go over well if I showed the moment of Charlie Kirk being shot. That would probably... I actually cannot tell what the consequences would be for this stream and or channel.
Before that bullet apparently enters his neck. It doesn't look like he has anyone around him. I know you said there were people there that were sort of some kind of security, but at least around him there was no sort of plexiglass, no kind of barrier. I mean, at least we can't see it. What do you remember seeing?
I mean, people don't usually, if Trump didn't have that, okay? Because there was this whole attempt on Trump's life during his presidential campaign. If Trump did not have those security measures, then why would Charlie Kirk?
Nothing. I mean,
why would Charlie Kirk have bigger security measures than Donald Trump? Not to take away from Charlie Kirk's importance, quote unquote.
Yeah, maybe the closest individual was still, 20 feet away from him. I mean, he was just at his table and his chair, and yeah. So I'm actually surrounded by a bunch of SWAT. There's a bunch of SWAT people going through campus right now. I'm inside with a group of people that was pulled inside.
Yeah.
Give testimony and stuff like that. So it's
Justin, I do have another question because we don't know this area as well. Some of our viewers may not know this area as well. How far is the closest hospital, would you say, to the school?
I don't think. Did Charlie Kirk even make it to a hospital? I don't think any source reported on that. I don't know. Did Charlie Kirk actually made it to a hospital? I feel like the way he got shot, I feel like he died before making it to a hospital. Honestly.
Very close, actually. Couple miles. The Utah Valley Medical, it's one of the best hospitals outside of...
Yeah, but medical science has not gone that far. You cannot work miracles. That... The way he got shot, Then again, Lenin was also shot in the neck, and he survived for quite a bit after, so I don't know. They left the bullet inside of his neck, mind you, but still.
Up in downtown Salt Lake, and that's just a couple miles away, so it's very close. You can drive there from here. If it's just me stopping at lights, I can get there in 5 minutes.
And then it has an emergency room.
Gotten there. Oh yeah.
Yeah, hospitals typically have an emergency. That is such a stupid question. Okay, I think I have not ever heard a stupider question from the media. Unless in the US there are hospitals that do not have emergency rooms, which I would be pretty surprised to hear. That would be cutting corners quite a bit, to have hospitals that do not have emergency rooms. There's the hospital here. Yeah, it has an emergency room. Like, what kind of question is that?
Absolutely.
That last question was just very bizarre. That was very strange. Well, let me see if there's any more. BBC. I saw the video and there was no way he'd survive that. Yeah, I saw the video as well. That is why okay, hospital, but would he even make it to hospital? Realistically speaking? For new updates, I guess. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Wrong thing, sorry. The Qatar thing. And now the computer decided to freeze. What the hell? Six new updates. Okay. Let me see them. There we go. Just in. Person suspected in fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk is now in custody, FBI director says. So we are about to learn if maybe this person was a trans or something. Robert Kennedy Jr. appears to invoke his family's losses as he reacts to the killing. Once again, a bullet has silenced the most eloquent truth teller of an era, of course. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I was afraid of this rhetoric. The most eloquent truth teller of an era. I don't even wanna take the opportunity to say what that speaks about America, okay? The US. If this is the most eloquent truth teller of an era, according to some American supporters, then that is a very sad statement. Charlie Kirk was not eloquent. He was definitely not a truth teller. And I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but none of these things are correct. As bad as it can sound, I hope this does not drag away Trump's attention from the drones over Poland. I mean, I don't think Trump's attention over the drones in Poland was all that huge to begin with, to be quite honest with you. I saw Trump's entry about the thing. It was something along the lines of Russia sending drones to Poland. It's on now, or something like that. It was a very weird Truth Social post by Trump. Here you go. What? Why would you? Lucy, Sunday and Brooks were going to raid you, but couldn't. Oh, they couldn't? Well, why didn't they tell me? Hold on. Maybe I don't have him on. Jesus Christ, they really wanted to raid me. Of course. Of course, the moment that... Oh my God. Should I just set it so that everybody can raid me no matter what? Hold on, I'm gonna change. There we go. Yeah, I don't have that channel. No, I have. They should have been able to. They should have been able to raid me. I have the Quarantine Collective added for raiding, so they should have been able to raid me. I have no clue why they couldn't raid me, but they should have been able to. I have the Quarantine Collective to the list of people that can raid me. In default. Well, I don't have default added. I have to add. Oh my God, I have to add all the. Oh my God, of course. Too many channels, okay? People have too many channels. Well, I've added them now in the fold. So for future reference. Oh my God. Well, I've wasted my opportunity. Hello, Grayon wannabe. Welcome anybody that decided to come to me anyway. Not rated. I hate the feature. Everybody should just be able to raid me. Different channel? Oh. Okay, let's just continue. So once again, a bullet has silenced the most eloquent truth-teller of an era. We all know that this is incorrect. Kennedy wrote on social media. Oh, RFK Jr. Oh my God. Of course. He called Kirk a relentless and courageous crusader for free speech, for misinformation. Kennedy's father, for whom he was named, was assassinated in 1968 as he sought the Democratic presidential nomination. Yeah, because that is totally the same. That is completely this. That is an equivalent situation, of course. Of course. Supporters gathered at Kirk's Turning Point headquarters to pay their respects. Who is this? Okay, I want to see about the shooter. There you go. Person suspected in fatal shooting Charlie Kirk now in custody. But I want to see nothing. That's it? Just in person is suspected in fatal shooting. Okay, I have to Google. There has to be some more information than just that. There's nothing. Yeah, I know. He was just talking about how the transes are responsible for all mass shootings when he got shot himself. So that's a thing, I guess. There has to be some more news about this. Right. Suspect in custody. There we go. There has to be some information. A suspect held earlier was released because he was not the accurate person of interest. A suspect was held shortly after the shooting, but he was released, not the accurate person of interest. He was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked in the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. Gray says, earlier there were some reports that it was a middle-aged white guy with gray hair, but since then I haven't heard any details. Titan Uranus says, it is unknown whether the shooter could have heard what Kirk was talking about at the moment he shot. I mean, he could have heard it. Like, weren't there speakers? Like, he did have a speaker, right? Something 1995 says on Twitch, when World War III start, bro? I mean, wrong topic. We're gonna be talking about Poland and the drones soon. Don't worry. Officials believe shooting was a targeted attack. You think? You drink too much Pepsi. I have to keep awake. That's so true, chat. Charlie been shot after Battlefield 6 got released. Oh, Jesus Christ. The reports were it was a young, old, white, black, transsexual woman, man. Every bot on Twitter was... Can't you just drink coffee? No. Unless it's iced coffee. The shooter involved in today's incident fired one shot at one person. Oh wow, okay. Officials do believe it was a targeted attack towards one individual. No way. Thank you. But I heard there was a new suspect in custody. Utah governor calls Charlie Kirk's death a political assassination. No way. And the sky is blue. I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination, Utah's governor said at a news conference today. Yeah, a lot of political stuff is happening in Utah. He called it a dark day for our state and a tragic day for our nation. Oh, come on. Charlie Kirk was not some U.S. national hero. Just stop. Okay, stop this. This is a really sad statement.
We are hearing from President Trump. He is on his Truth Social platform saying that Charlie Kirk has passed away. So
yes,
again,
I know. He was legendary. He was great. He was beloved and admired by all.
Read to you what the president
These 500 people just happened to dodge and got out of the way. True.
said. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me. And now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you.
My goodness, how embarrassing. That's because Utah is the bastion of leftist lawlessness. My goodness. We have released our initial suspect. Okay, they do not match our profile. They are not transgender enough. Okay, I think I'm gonna skip the jokes.
So again, President Trump telling us at this hour that Charlie Kirk has died. Kirk was shot.
Admired by all, especially me. Excuse me? I know it's very weird. It's a very weird sentiment.
At a event at Utah Valley University earlier today, shortly after noon, according to the university. There was a single shot that rang out. He was shot in the neck, and now the President of the United States, someone that Charlie Kirk was close to, is reporting that he has died.
Well, it happened. Charlie Kirk is no more. But we still have no news on the suspect. Governor calls for an end to political hatred. Well, that's not happening. You can call for it, but person of interest in custody. There you go. What time is it now? Actually, this is fairly new. Cox says Kirk was first and foremost a dad to young children. He says he was also politically involved and that's why he was on campus. There we go. The governor then says a person of interest is in custody and that there is no another suspect. There is not another suspect at large, contradicting what FBI agent Beau Mason said a few minutes ago. So we have conflicting reports. We have a report that there is a suspect at large and that the initial person has been released. And now we are hearing from the governor that the person of interest is in custody. So we really are going to have to wait for more information to come out to get some clarity on this situation, because it seems very chaotic at the moment. It seems like we don't really have any concrete, solid info on the shooter. The US is a broken nation, says Cox. Our nation is broken, says unemotional Cox. He raises other political associations and attempts in recent months, from the June shooting death of a Democratic Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband, as well as the wounding of another lawmaker and his wife, the attempted attack on Democratic Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and the two attempted assassinations of Donald Trump during the presidential campaign last year. Yeah, I guess it's not surprising. Press like on the stream, by the way. Do press the like button on the Lucy Haza experience. I'm gonna go to the toilet. We're gonna be back. We're gonna talk about this some more, and then we're gonna talk about the main topic of tonight, which is, of course, Poland, because I'm a Polish person. And so we're gonna be talking about, Polish drones, or Polish drones, Russian drones on Polish soil. Cannot believe that I said Polish drones. Sounds crazy. Sounds insane. Suspect possibly shot from a roof, law enforcement from 48 seconds ago. Before I go to the toilet, I guess I might as well read the new news update. The shooting suspect wore all dark clothing and possibly shot from a roof, according to Bill Mason from the Utah Department of Public Safety. He says authorities have CCTV footage of the suspect but didn't provide a further description of what the person in the footage looks like. So we don't know the identity of the shooter in the slightest. Huh. Interesting. I'll be right back. Also join the site page while you're at it. lucyhada.org/live or something. It's a great opportunity for you to, Yeah. Well, you know what happens. Well, there's an event, 50 seconds. I guess we're covering this event live. About 3,000 people in attendance at event. The police chief at Utah Valley University, Jeff Long, is asked about security on campus. Oh, there was not much security. Open venue, outside. 6 officers. Kirk was surrounded by buildings, which makes sense because it's a university campus. So, of course, why are people so surprised that he had not great security? Why would Charlie Kirk have better security than Donald Trump? I just ate a bowl of mint chocolate chip ice cream, and so I'm very happy. I would like some mint chocolate chip ice cream, actually. Titan Uranus. I would like ice cream like that. Would make me happy. Oh, my super reporting person has said, assuming they're still here, that they have found the footage that I've been looking for. Okay? I have been tipped that someone has found the footage of the convo that Charlie Kirk has had before, just before the shooting. But I sure hope that it ends before the shooting, okay? I sure hope that it ends before the shot. Oh, it does have... Okay, never mind. Let's save for stream. Well, never mind. I'm not showing it then. I really want to know how that conversation went. Bro really died dunking on trans people, and the last thing you say is gun control doesn't work. Well, that is a very strange turn of events. We still don't know the identity of the shooter. There's gonna be a trans person of color. What did we learn from news conference? Here's the latest. Oh, okay. Kirk was taken to hospital by his own private security where he died. So he died at the hospital. I'm actually surprised he made it to the hospital. Officials gave conflicting answers when asked if the attacker had been caught. Yeah, I noticed. I noticed that there's very conflicting answers. Some people say that the initial suspect has been released because he did not match the description of the shooter. Some people say that the suspect is still in custody. His last word was violence. FBI Director Kash Patel, moments before the conference began, said a suspect had been caught. Meanwhile, investigators on the ground said that they are still looking for the gunman. Vladimir says, that conversation went exactly how you imagined, with a loud clank at the end. One person was arrested immediately after the shooting, but was released after officials determined that he was not involved in the attack, although he will still be arrested for obstruction of justice. I've seen the video as well, Titan. I've seen the video. It is quite graphic, yeah. An active search is ongoing for a person of interest who may be involved in the attack. So there we go with the conflicting messaging about the suspect. The shooter is still at large, and officials say that they're not seeking anyone other than the lone attacker. CCTV captured the attacker. Utah Governor Spencer Cox called for Americans to stop hating. The chief of police for the university said there were 6 officers. Clearly not enough. Although I'm not really sure what more officers would have accomplished. FBI sets up tip line for information about shooting. So if there's a tip line for information, then that means that the perpetrator has not been caught. More officers unironically has the risk of more people getting shot, says Gray Yon Wannabe. Wait, hold on. This is a contradictory statement. A person of interest is in custody following the shooting death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, Utah Governor Spencer Cox said Wednesday. The investigation is ongoing, but I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this. We will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. If the person is in custody, then why say we will find you? This is contradictory. The person of interest is currently being interviewed, officials said at a news conference today. Maybe person of interest does not mean the suspect. He was on a roof some distance away. Yeah, that is what I gathered. Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen. That is very strange in my opinion. That all the flags have been until Sunday. Jesus. That is strange. Yeah, he did. He did. We read that update on stream actually. I find it very strange. Acting as if Charlie Kirk was some national hero of the United States of America. Very bizarre. Oh, I might have a version that's safe for stream. Okay, we might get a conversation that's safe for stream. There you go. Thanks to my agent of chaos. Let's see. Let's watch it. All right, we're about to see what transpired right before the shooting. What kind of conversation there was. Pre-watch first. Oh, sorry. I was just talking about the technical problems, how I don't like to do the display capture because I might show you my short stack goblins.
Is it? Yes, is that fair to say? All right, great. So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Oh, snap. What a dunk before the shooting.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great. Is it? Yes, is that fair to say? All right, great.
Okay, that's it. Gang violence. Those are his last words. Gang violence. There you go. Those are his last words. Counting or not counting gang violence. Interesting. Oh well. That's just poetic in the dark way. How many trans shooters? How many trans people are mass shooters? Too many. These are the last words. What a way to go. What a pathetic way to go. Former President George W. Bush says violence must be purged from the public square. Kafka's in the penal colony. Lawmakers reflect on Kirk's influence. Multiple Republicans in Congress knew Kirk personally and were devastated by his death. That is very depressing. Republican Anna Paulina Luna of Florida spoke on the Capitol steps, reflecting on his influence on her political journey. Luna said she was planning to go to medical school before Kirk recruited her to work as his National Hispanic Outreach Director. She attended events where Kirk debated students, like the one he hosted today. That conversation needs to happen, Luna said. You can squelch that. So, basically... Wait, am I the only person actually showing that conversation right before the shot? Am I actually the only person showing that on stream? Is it really a Lucy Haze exclusive showing that? Also, this is the saddest thing ever that I've just seen. Oh, I was planning to be a doctor. I was planning to be a doctor and save people, but instead, Charlie Kirk recruited me to be a far-right loon propagandist. Great, amazing. What a trajectory. You know, I almost went to medical school. I almost went on to do something useful with my life, but Charlie Kirk changed everything. Okay. Wait, I already showed it. No, I think it was fine to show this. I think it was fine to show it. It was edited, so the shot was not shown. Only the conversation right before. So I think what I showed was fine. Wait, for showing the conversation that happened before the shooting? No, I didn't show the shot. I did not show the shot. I showed the conversation that happened right before. It ends in him saying gang violence or no gang violence, and then it cuts off before anything happens. So I did not show the moment of the shot. I received a highly edited version that was safe to show. So yeah. His org turning points, Gray Yun Wannabe says, his org turning points funded, supported the group on my community college campus whose members physically assaulted me and my friends. Well, what a shocker. What a shock. 7 new updates. That's okay. What's the new? Former President George Bush. Okay, I guess that's it. I guess those are all the news. We already know that 6 officers were at the campus. I guess we're not gonna learn anything new for now. So that's it. Any thoughts? What did you think of my coverage of this topic so far? Any comments on how I handled this situation? Any feedback for this humble streamer? Mid? Mid is better than shit. Gracefully mid, okay. So we've got gracefully mid so far. Which is a combination. You had a well-balanced coverage and looked for all the details. So it was balanced, detailed, graceful mid coverage. Okay. Good. None that would have gotten your stream taken down. True. That is true. I also could have done it to the tune of 200 viewers, but of course I did not have the whatever new thing in the flock channel added to be able to be rated, but whatever. I'm gonna complain about it to myself later. The fact that I could have had a big crowd for my rants tonight. We didn't do a crab dance. Tasteful comes to mind. Tastefully. A crab dance. I do like crabs. Crabs are great. I guess we're gonna be talking about Poland next and the drones. Here we go. Here we go. Trump reacts to drone incursions as Polish president hails allied unity. There you go. That is Trump's reaction to 19 drones flying into Polish airspace. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. What is that supposed to mean? What is even happening? What is happening in that senile old man's head? Here we go. That's gonna definitely be my thumbnail thing for the Polish drone thing. That's definitely going to be the thing that I'm going to be putting on as the thumbnail thing. Here we go. Wait, what is horrifying? The Charlie Kirk shooting or the 19 Russian drones entering Polish airspace? Because today's news is pretty intense. Charlie Kirk? Oh, okay. I guess 19 drones entering Polish airspace is not I don't know. Yeah, the Charlie Kirk thing. I just did a whole coverage of it and you've missed it. You've missed my take on the thing. We're gonna have to wait for it to become a segment. Which fake Alec Kyle Parker will proudly edit for me. As my editor-in-chief. I wonder if he's still even here. As we speak, a brilliant new segment is being uploaded to the channel. Hold on. The computer is having problems processing all the intense news of today. I'm noticing. Please tell me that this is an Onion article. That's embarrassing that this is Trump's reaction. No, this is the TVP World, a Polish, this is not an Onion article. This is Trump's actual reaction. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. Here we fucking go. Okay, I should actually talk about the drone thing first. Before we talk about, before we actually talk about Trump's reaction, let's just talk about the thing. Okay, let's actually talk about the thing because it's... here we go. Let's talk about this. Because it shows the map, okay? It shows the map of Poland with the places where the drones actually... Look how deep into Poland those drones went. Warsaw is here. And they went past Warsaw. 19 drones. Some of them were, of course, shot down. I hear reports that 4 of the 19 drones were shot down. So many of them went deeper. And today I received a warning on my phone, telling me to alert the authorities of any drones I encounter and not to approach them. What were the drones for? The drones were for bombing Ukraine, the Shahid drones of Russian production. Russian Shahid drones, usually packed with explosives. Used in those drones are used on the daily to terrorize Ukrainian cities. The Shahids. I know because a lot of the time when I'm in Kyiv, those Shahids. Why were they in Poland? Well, that's the $1 million question. Some people claim that they steered out of course and entered Polish airspace. Some people claim that it's Russia testing the waters to see how NATO will react to such a provocation. And especially since this has happened, 19 drones have entered Polish airspace just a few days before a big exercise between Belarus and Russia, military exercise, for which Poland has already announced that it would close the borders. So that is part of the context behind what has been happening. And as I said, 19 drones have been spotted. 19 drones have entered the space. For example, a drone has hit a building, a residential building in Poland. I have a photo of it. Oh my god. I have no clue why the computer is just dying right now. I don't really have anything turned on that's so resource heavy. I don't really even have that many tabs on right now. What the hell? I'm curious what kind of retaliation will come from this, because if Poland does nothing, it's like an invitation to attack Ukraine through Poland, basically. I mean, yeah, that is correct. That is also one of the hypotheses that that Russia just wanted to divert the drones through Poland and then back them up to Ukraine. That is something that Russia has actually done in the past. That the drones would enter Polish airspace temporarily, only to back up and go to Ukraine to terrorize people. And of course, we'll talk about all of this. So a building was hit. There you go. As you can see, the roof is totally demolished. A Shahed drone is a pretty big drone, and a single drone can do a lot of damage, as you can see. This is pretty unprecedented. This sort of thing is... There have been violations of Polish airspace before, but not to this extent. Not quite on this level. Usually it will be a rogue drone entering the Polish airspace. Usually it would be one stray drone that would enter sometimes even deep into Polish territory, but not 19 drones. Some of them were shot down, which as well is a pretty unprecedented thing when it comes to these violations of Polish airspace. This is a new situation. And Poland has invoked Article 4 of NATO, which means that NATO members will have a meeting and they will discuss this matter, and they will discuss what to do. Which, I'm going to be honest, I do not have high hopes for something coming out of that meeting. I'm very skeptical, and unfortunately, I do not believe any concrete and decisive action will come out of this. Preferably, if we lived in a sane world, if we lived in a just and sane world, the NATO meeting would culminate in Poland deciding to shoot down Russian drones and missiles from above the Ukrainian sky. That would be the, like, oh, you've sent us 19 drones. Well, I guess, you know what? We're gonna start shooting down drones and missiles in Ukraine before they even reach Poland. You know? So that is the thing. Personliche Videospiel Ost says Poland's airspace is getting violated and the US president is reacting with a quip subtweet instead of reassuring the Polish and Europeans and Europe in general. Yeah, it's it's just business as usual of Donald Trump. If NATO does nothing here, it also puts into question the legitimacy of the alliance. Yes, something needs to happen from this, and I'm unfortunately very skeptical if anything will. Like, I've already been angry that nothing has been happening in the past whenever the Polish airspace has been violated, but now this is massive. Okay, this is 19 Russian drones just entering. And the Russian side has the gall to just say, hey, it's not us. The drones came from Ukraine. How can you blame us? Polish authorities said they have located debris from 16 Russian drones and part of a missile as well, after reporting 19 airspace violations overnight. So it's not just drones. It seems like there was also a missile. I'm just learning right now. Part of a missile. Poland's military called it an act of aggression, which is a strong statement, and it should be followed by strong, decisive action. Like, something has to come out of this, right? Prime Minister Donald Tusk told Parliament in an emergency sitting on Wednesday morning that at least 3 drones posing a direct threat were shot down by Polish and Allied fighter aircraft. 3 drones out of 19. Now imagine if Russia was doing this to Poland on the regular. If Poland only managed to shoot down 3 out of 19 objects entering the Polish sky. Do you know how bad that is? Do you know that that's not good? That only 3 objects were intercepted out of 19. Adding that the final interception took place at 6:45 a.m. He cautioned that figures could change as investigations continue. By Wednesday evening, police and emergency services had confirmed the discovery of debris from 16 drones and the remains of a missile in several regions of the country. So there was a missile. There were not just drones, there was also a missile involved. Karolina Gałecka, a spokeswoman for the Ministry of the Interior, said fragments were first found in a string of villages, mostly in the eastern Lubelskie province near the Ukrainian border, and later in the central Łódzkie and Warmińsko-Mazurskie provinces, and the south-central Świętokrzyskie province, which is mine. Województwo Mazowieckie. Near Warsaw. Wreckage was recovered in thank you for pressing the like button, since I managed to give you some new information. I did not know there was a missile. I actually learned that right now as well. So, you know. You heard it here. Wreckage was recovered in locations including Czosnówka, Cześniki, Wyryki, Krzywobierzba, Kolonia. We don't have to read out all the names. Hours later, additional drone remains were located near the town of Nowe Miasto nad Plicą and between the villages of Rabiany. There were a lot of drones, okay? The bottom line is there were a lot of drone debris. So, basically, yeah. There's a lot of interesting details about this. There's a lot of unexpected news about this. This is also a very chaotic situation. Nobody expected 19 drones to just fly into Polish territory. And apparently, the Belarusians warned Poland of this. Apparently, Belarus warned Poland ahead of time that this would happen, which surprised the Polish side. Look at this. Russian allied Belarus warned Poland of incoming drone incursion. General reveals. Belarus, one of Russia's key allies, warned Warsaw that a wave of drones was entering Polish airspace during Wednesday's drone incursion. Poland's top general has confirmed. Ukraine did as well. I mean, I'm not surprised by Ukraine warning Poland. I am surprised by Belarus doing that. I mean, it might be just a PR stunt saying, oh, look, we warned you. Okay, we warned you, which shows our good faith, so please renew diplomatic relations with us. That could be the actual ploy here. I wouldn't put it past Belarus to just turn around and say, hey, look, we warned you. Why not just normalize relations with us now? General Wiesław Kukuła Yeah, of course. General Wiesław Kukuła, chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces, said the advance warning was helpful for us, but somewhat surprising, given Belarus' support for Russia in the war in Ukraine and tensions along the border with Poland. The Belarusians warned us that drones were heading towards us through their airspace, the general said, adding that Poland accepted the tip-off and reciprocated by sharing information about objects flying towards Belarus. It was surprising to me that Belarus, which is really trying to escalate the situation on our land border, decided to cooperate in this way. And now this says that the relations between Poland and Belarus has been tense ever since the war started or even before. Belarus had announced earlier on Wednesday, before General Kukuła's comments, that it had notified Poland before drones converged on Polish airspace. However, Belarus chief of the General Staff Paweł Murawejko said the drones had veered off course during combat operations in Ukraine, in contrast to Polish assertions that it was a deliberate provocation by Russia, which I will say I believe the Polish version more. I believe that it was a deliberate provocation by Russia. I believe it was the testing of waters. It is testing how NATO will react. It is testing how Poland will react. Especially since there's a lot of talk of Russia having its sights on the Baltic states. And if NATO's response to this is mediocre, then Russia might feel emboldened to attack the Baltics, feeling that NATO will not really launch any decisive response to that. As the Russian Federation and Ukraine exchanged blows using unmanned aerial vehicles this night, duty forces and assets of the air defense system of the Republic of Belarus constantly monitored the unmanned aerial vehicles that veered off course due to electronic jamming from both sides, says Murawejko. Russia's defense ministry denied deliberately entering Polish airspace, saying it had no plan to do so during its attack on Ukraine on Tuesday night. A Russian diplomat in Warsaw said the drones had come from Ukraine, which is a meaningless statement. Of course, the drones will come from Ukraine. Okay, of course they will come from the side of Ukraine. So this is a ridiculous statement. Oh, what we fact box. Okay, I want to know the fact box. What we know so far. The incident. So we're going to read out the facts. The military response. Political response. We're going to talk about Article 4 of NATO. And then we're going to talk about Trump's response. So, as the most brilliant politician in the world says, here we go. The incident. Okay, let's see. Conrad says, I find it funny how many people just found out how the military drones look like. Most of them probably thought they were like those you gift to a child for a communion. Yeah. It's, yeah. People do not realize just how big the Shahid drones are. Yeah. They just don't know. The incursion was first detected at around 11:30 p.m. on Tuesday, September 9th, and the last shootdown occurred at 6:45 a.m. local time on Wednesday, September 10th. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk told Parliament in an emergency session on Wednesday morning that 19 military incursions of Polish airspace were detected, so it was not all drones, as we already established. At least one missile entered Polish airspace. Although Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky said the number was about 24. The Rzeczpospolita Daily wrote, citing unnamed sources, that there were over 20 UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles, and that the most likely figure was 23. Oh, okay. So there were more. There was more. It's not clear whether any or all drones were carrying a payload. As Russia also uses decoy drones to distract deplete air defenses. Okay, this is very sad that Poland only managed to shoot down 3 out of 19. But Tusk referred to them as attack drones and said they came from Belarus, which is contradictory from that. This is contradictory to what the Russian side said, that it came from the side of Ukraine. Just saying. Already we have a contradiction within this story. Zelensky said the drones were part of an overnight aerial attack on Ukraine, which the Ukrainian Air Force said involved 415 drones, 1 ballistic missile and 42 cruise missiles. Of these, it said 8 enemy UAVs crossed the Ukrainian state border, flying in Poland's direction. Dutch Defense Minister Ruben Brekelmans said that the drones had been identified as Shahid models, which is not surprising to me because that is the primary model used in strikes against Ukraine, which are widely used by Russia. Shahids are made in Iran, but Russia also produces its own Shahid-type drones called Geran 2, which is basically why Russia does not need Iran anymore for the production of these drones. Based on the same design, which is why when Iran was attacked by the US, some people said, well, there's the silver lining that Russia gets its drones from Iran. Iran has tied down with the US and Israel. And the obvious response was, well, no. Russia does not need Iran anymore. It just produces the drones domestically now based on the design. This was obviously an attempt to test Poland's air defense. I think that was definitely part of it. Greater Rents asks, Lucy, what is the outcome you hope for in this? Like, it seemed that triggering Article 4 was just NATO countries discussing what to do next. What I'm really hoping that will come out of this is Poland finally starting to shoot down Russian missiles and drones from the Ukrainian sky. Okay, Poland starting to defend the Ukrainian sky. That would be the ideal outcome. At least the western parts of Ukraine. At least. Okay, that would be the ideal outcome for Poland using anti-air means to defend the Ukrainian sky. By Wednesday evening, drone debris had been found at 12 locations in Poland, as well as the remains of an unidentified missile, officials said. The fact that most of the remains found were intact indicates that they ran out of fuel and fell out of the sky, the BBC's analyst said, which means that most of the drones were not shot down, which is very, very bad. Military response. NATO scrambled Polish F-16s and Dutch F-35 Lightning II fighters to intercept the threat, as well as Italian AWACS NATO multi-role tanker transport and German Patriots, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said. Tusk said early in the day that 3 or maybe 4 of the drones were shot down, which is a very bad record. Rzeczpospolita reported that most of the interceptions were performed by the Dutch, though it did not give hard figures. 4 Dutch F-35s were deployed to Poland on September 1st as part of NATO's air policing mission. Poland's Territorial Defense Force was activated to perform ground searches along with 12,000 police officers, according to Polish Police HiQ, and an unspecified number of border guard officers and firefighters. Political response. Poland's president convened a sitting of the National Security Bureau and the National Security Council. Then both President Nawrocki and Tusk said Warsaw would request NATO's activation of Article 4 of the North Atlantic Treaty, which provides for consultations between member countries. This is the 8th time Article 4 has been used in NATO's history. Poland has invoked it twice before, once in 2014 following Russia's annexation of Crimea, and again in 2022, along with 7 other countries following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Interesting that Poland is the country that invokes Article 4 the most. NATO is treating the incident as an international incursion rather than an attack, Reuters reported, citing unnamed sources, because of course they're trying to, this will be played down, because otherwise it would mean what? That a conflict between Russia and NATO has started. Of course they would call it an international incursion. Of course it would not be treated as an attack. Because if it was treated as an attack, then the consequences of that would be far more severe. NATO chief Rutte called it absolutely reckless and said a full assessment is ongoing. Reckless is one way to put it. Like, I am very scared of this and downplaying language. I'm very scared that this will lead to NATO members meeting and just deciding, oh, we will monitor the situation. This is of grave concern. We will definitely observe things, and Russia must be condemned, and we must keep supporting Ukraine, and that's it. It will end with words. That is my biggest fear about this whole situation. That it'll just end in a lot of talking and nothing really concrete happening. And I don't know, I feel like I have reasons to believe that will be the case. I believe that we have a little bit of a precedent when it comes to these things. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm just ignorant, but I feel like we've been in this situation before and nothing came out of it. But let's continue. Oh, and by the way, there was a response from different leaders from different world leaders. Among them was the Hungarian leader Viktor Orbán. Okay, and I thought that the Viktor Orbán reaction to the situation is worth commenting on, because Viktor Orbán tweeted about it and then got a response from the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs Radosław Sikorski, and I think that exchange was good enough for me to showcase on stream. Hold on, this is good actually. Hungary stands in full solidarity with Poland following the recent drone incident. The violation of Poland's territorial integrity is unacceptable. The incident proves that our policy of calling for peace in the Russia-Ukraine war is reasonable and rational, living in the shadow. Pokazaty Bilsze. Okay? That is the statement by Orban Viktor. And now, response by Radosław Sikorski. No, Viktor. The incident proves you should get off the fence and condemn Russian aggression. We ask you to unblock the disbursement of EU funds for defense, approve tougher sanctions on the aggressor, and withdraw your veto on starting Ukraine's EU accession negotiations. In other words, stop being such a pussy, stop being such a pro-Russian stooge, Viktor. That is our response to you saying that you stand with Poland and that your policy towards the war is rational and good. Okay? Viktor Orban really tried to use this situation to say, oh yeah, we were right all along about the conflict. We were right about the long war. See? We're the rational ones. No, you're not. You're just fence sitters, okay? Or rather, you are a fence sitter. You and your stooges. Okay? I thought this was worth talking about. Oh yeah. This is the situation. And of course, Zelensky has offered training to Polish forces to help them. Maybe due to Ukrainian training, the Polish forces will be able to shoot down more than 3 out of 19 objects out of the sky. I have opened up my... I've done it now. Okay, I've done it now. So maybe due to the training, maybe, hopefully, Poland will be able to shoot down more than 3 objects. I'm being a bit sarcastic, but 3 is bad. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said he has offered Poland help training and advice to deal with Russian drone attacks because, let's face it, Ukraine has a lot of experience with that, okay? Ukraine, of all places, has a lot of experience with So, training Russian drone attacks after Russian-made drones breached Polish airspace 19 times. Because, yeah, Ukraine has a lot of experience with drones and with missiles. A little bit of a plug, you can even go and watch a Dylan Burns documentary on the matter. I think he did a few on specifically Ukrainian drones, on teams that shoot down Russian drones, etc. So you can watch that if you want more details on how the Ukrainian armed forces deal with Russian drones. Zelensky wrote on the X platform on Wednesday that he discussed the overnight drone incursions with Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk and proposed closer military cooperation. I offered Poland our assistance, training and expertise in shooting down Russian drones, particularly Shaheeds. Donald and I agreed on appropriate cooperation at the military level, he wrote, which I will admit would be a great help. And the more Poland and Ukraine cooperate, the better for both countries, the more tight the cooperation gets. The Ukrainian leader added, we all equally understand that this is a completely different level of escalation from Russia. There must be an appropriate response. Yeah, there must be. And I'm really worried about that part. I am really worried about the response. I spoke with Prime Minister of Poland, Prime Minister of the UK, President of the Council of Ministers of Italy, and Secretary General of NATO. Of course, first and foremost, we discussed the Russian drones launched against Ukraine last I guess this will take a moment. Of course, first and foremost, we discussed the Russian drones launched against Ukraine last night that also entered Polish airspace. Incidents with 1 or 2 Russian drones had already happened before, that's true, and nothing ever came out of it. In NATO's eastern flank, countries including a few weeks ago in Romania, but this time the number of Russian drones was much larger, 19. Well, 19 flying objects, one of them was apparently a missile, so 18 drones? The brazenness much greater. The drones entered not only from Ukrainian territory but also from Belarus. And we all equally understand that this is a completely different level of escalation from Russia. There must be an appropriate response. Donald informed about the consequences and circumstances already established. Debris from Russian drones, including Iranian Shaheeds, was found in many towns and villages. Since last night, our military has been sharing all the information we have, and we continue this cooperation. There are several reasons for this brazen behavior of Russia, and they are absolutely obvious to everyone. We need to work on a joint air defense system and create an effective air shield over Europe. Ukraine has long proposed this, and we have concrete solutions. We must respond together to all current challenges and be ready for potential threats to all Europeans in the future. Likewise, we need to significantly increase joint funding for the production of interceptor drones. Yes, Poland is not well when it comes to drones. Poland is not good when it comes to drones. They have already proven their effectiveness. I offered Poland our assistance, training, and expertise in shooting down Russian drones, particularly Shaheeds. Donald and I agreed on appropriate cooperation at the military level. We will also coordinate with all NATO member states. So if more close military cooperation between Poland and Ukraine will come out of this, cooperation on drone production would be great, then that is already a positive outcome, but we will see. I tend to try not to hype myself up too much for positive outcomes, but that definitely would be one of them. Hello, Incube. Yes, you did miss the Charlie thing. I did a whole thing about it. Hopefully it was good. So that was a response. Tusk talks with leaders. The Polish Prime Minister took to X to announce that he had held conversation with key European leaders about concrete support for Poland's air defense. In my conversations today with Emmanuel Macron, Okay, insert leaders' names. I received not only expressions of solidarity with Poland, but above all, proposals for concrete support for the air defense of our country. Tusk wrote. So, yes. I sincerely hope that something good will come out of this. And before we go to the Trump response, we will read about this. Okay? We still have to read about this. Poland to trigger NATO Article 4. Which one shall we? Oh, I should have reset the computer before starting stream. Newsweek, why not? Poland has triggered NATO's Article 4 after Prime Minister Donald Tusk reported that 19 Russian drones breached Polish airspace. Well, we now know it was not exactly 19 drones. One of those objects was a missile. Or maybe it was 19 Russian drones plus a missile. Who knows? During an overnight strike on western Ukraine, the incursion, which prompted airspace closures and military response, marks a potential escalation in regional tensions and has drawn calls for allied consultations. And I really sincerely hope that anything will come out of these consultations, because if it just ends up being a limp-wristed, impotent meeting, then it'll just make a mockery out of NATO, to be quite honest with you. It would be a very sad outcome, and I sincerely hope some concrete action will come out of this. Is it fair for me to hope that this will be the case? Is it fair for me to be full of hope on this matter? Tusk said 19 Russian drones entered Polish airspace. Threats were neutralized by Polish and NATO defenses, and by that we mean 3 or 4 objects were shot down. Poland formally invoked NATO's Article 4, citing a threat to national security. Warsaw's Frederick Chopin Airport and the surrounding airspace were temporarily shut down. That is also a thing that is worth mentioning, that Polish airports were shut down. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov declined to comment, deferring to Russia's defense ministry. Belarus blamed electronic warfare for the drones' deviation. US response still pending, which is interesting considering that a lot of the drones came out of the Belarusian territory. So electronic warfare, I'm not sure that excuse even cuts it. US President Donald Trump issued his first public response to the Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace, posting a brief post on Truth Social. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. Here we go. UN warns of escalation risk after Russian drone breach in Poland. No kidding. Real risk of the war in Ukraine expanding beyond its borders. So, you know what? NATO meeting over Polish Article 4. Jesus. Poland starts Article 4 consultation. Oh, I'm a human. You believe that I'm a human, right? Oh, thank you. I've been verified without doing anything. I wish this was taken as a pretext for Poland to send troops to support Ukraine. I wish that as well, but that will never happen. The best we could hope for is for Poland to start shooting down Russian missiles and drones from above the Ukrainian sky. From the Ukrainian sky. I thought you were a duck. Shh. If I admit to that, then the site would never let me in. Poland has activated Article 4 of the NATO treaty to start an official consultation process over a threat posed by Russian drones entering Poland overnight, the country's Prime Minister Donald Tusk said on X. Allied consultations have taken the form of a formal request to invoke Article 4. Article 4 is invoked when a country believes the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened, and deems a discussion on the matter necessary. The treaty explains. The consultation process is a necessary step before the members of the military alliance decide to take any action against threats, and especially before invoking the Article 5, the Mutual Defense Clause. The last time Article 4 was invoked was on 24 February 2022, on the day of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Warsaw decided against starting the consultation process in November 2022, when 2 people were killed in an explosion in a village close to the border, though the leadership toyed with the idea. What happened? We've been talking about what happened. An extremely dangerous precedent, Zelensky says. EU reaction. Vladimir says, you know what, Lucy? I actually found a pre-recorded footage of Poland activates Article 4 and 5 and how discussions went. Okay, I know you're a troll. I'm not gonna use your link, okay? I actually probably even know what this video is, okay? I cannot ban you. I cannot ban you because I'd be banning 1/8 of my usual audience, okay? Not enough people are watching me for me to ban people willy-nilly. Oh, what a sad statement by me. The EU's top diplomat Kaja Kallas said Wednesday that Russia appeared to have intentionally violated Polish airspace after Warsaw scrambled jets to shoot down drones. Last night in Poland, we saw the most serious European airspace violation by Russia since the war began, and indications suggest it was intentional, not accidental. So, I guess this is the bottom line. That nobody believes this was an accident. Nobody does. Let's look at the Trump response. Because here we go. US President Donald Trump has posted a vague initial reaction to Russia's drone incursion into Poland before discussing the dramatic events in a call with his Polish counterpart, who said that the talks confirmed Allied unity. Here we go. In the early hours of Wednesday, Poland shot down several drones. Trump must be having one hell of a day. I guess so. In the early hours of Wednesday, Poland shot down several drones, and by several, three drones, okay? 3 is not several. With the backing of military aircraft from its NATO allies, the first time a member of the Western military alliance is known to have fired shots during Russia's war in Ukraine. This is also unprecedented, by the way. This is a lot of the things happening in this whole situation is new. The first time a member of the Western military alliance is known to have fired shots during Russia's war in Ukraine. Because it was not shot down and it went all the way to Gdańsk and ran out of fuel. That is why. The answer to that is pretty simple. Several hours later, in a social media post that leaves much up for interpretation, the American leader commented, okay, we already read that a couple of times. Here we go. The somewhat vague message contrasted with Trump's show of support for Poland and its efforts to beef up its security during a meeting with Polish President Karol Nawrocki at the White House last week. What does the "here we go" mean? Like, here we go, conflict between NATO and Russia is starting, or what? What did Trump mean by the "here we go"? Nawrocki left that meeting speaking of the US president's security guarantees for Warsaw, along with promises that American troop levels in Poland would be maintained or even increased. The two presidents spoke on the phone on Wednesday, Nawrocki announced, without giving much detail. Just a moment ago, I spoke by phone. Okay, just a moment ago, I spoke on the phone with US President Donald Trump regarding the repeated violation of Polish airspace by Russian drones, which occurred last night, Nawrocki said on X. The conversation is part of a series of consultations I am conducting with our allies. Today's talks confirmed Allied unity, which means nothing. It's just an empty slogan. It's an empty slogan that does not mean much, I'm afraid. The envoy, a key player in US diplomatic efforts in Ukraine, is expected to continue traveling onto Ukraine and in the coming days, according to the American network. Closest to open conflict since World War II. As the principal power in the NATO alliance, despite Trump's insistence that the other countries shoulder more responsibility over defense, the US will have a great deal of influence over any further response to Wednesday's unprecedented drone incursion. We will see what this response will be. We will see just what NATO will respond with. NATO, the West's most important military alliance, has activated Article 4 of its treaty in light of the incident in Poland, a government spokesperson in Warsaw said. Article 4 mandates consultation among member nations whenever one believes its territorial integrity, political independence, or security is threatened. I think the biggest question when it comes to all of this is what will come of it? What will actually happen? What decisions will NATO make? What will it decide to do? And my answer to that is, I have no clue. It might be something, but it might very well be nothing. And as Conrad just said in the chat, a nothing burger. I am very scared of that outcome. I am very scared of furthering a precedent of Russia being able to do whatever it wants and no repercussions at all happening. It will embolden Russia, definitely. If nothing happens after this will just embolden Russia, in my opinion. That is my take away from the whole situation. Something must happen. And if it doesn't, then it's a big failure of the West, quote unquote, and of NATO. I don't think it's an exaggeration of me to say that. All right. This is because NATO lacks a Department of War. No, it doesn't. The US is part of NATO, so NATO by extension has a Department of War. All right? Conrad says, by the way, it's funny to me how the first politician I saw who posted about it was some Republican congressman. He was pretty quick with it, and Polish government took like 2 hours to make a statement. I mean, you could interpret it in a few ways, okay? Republican politicians are very quick to jump in and say brainless things, okay? I have no clue what that Republican statement was, but I think it's better to wait a little bit and do a measured statement rather than just hastily jump in and say whatever. So there you go. I will defend the Polish government in that regard. I'm gonna do a little bit of a defense, okay? It is easy to tweet without thinking. It's better to think things through a little bit and then put out a statement. That is what I will say on the matter. I think it's fair for me to say. So yeah. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on the matter? What are your thoughts? What are the thoughts of my brilliant chat? Because today's definitely a day. Today definitely a few things have happened. When I make a segment out of this, the thumbnail will definitely say, "Here we go." So Donald Trump has fixed for me what, has written the thumbnail caption for me. I think you should help them shoot down the next drones. I mean, I like the training. There's this cool VR thing that you can do with the replica and you shoot down the drones. You can practice like that. Oh yeah, of course. I missed being rated by Brooks and President Sunday. Okay, I could have been doing this to a bunch of new viewers or whatever. I'll have a future opportunity. I will get my recognition one day. I will grow from micro streamer to small streamer one day. One day. Okay, one of these days. Lucy Haza will have 50 concurrent. Okay. And maybe more than one viewer on Twitch. This is my birthday wish. Pro-Trump conservative activist Charlie Kirk shot dead. Will you make this a segment? Of course I will. Poor little micro streamer. I know. If you really feel sorry for me, okay? If you really feel sorry, if you mean that, then you should go to lucyhaza.org/live and subscribe or donate. All right. Oh no, it's not my birthday. My birthday is on the 28th of February. remember that date. Let's see if there's some lighter news. We're never going back. Polish pensioners lucky escape as drone hits house. Oh, okay. Look at those drones. I guess we're still talking about it. I guess we're still talking about the topic. We're not done. We have to talk about this family surviving being hit by a drone. What a tummy. Look at this belly. I could have done like the jokes on Kirk's death on the internet, but I feel like just me. I mean, it is what it is. You will not be able to stop it from happening. It is what it is. I don't like the precedent that this sends. I'm not really a big fan of people celebrating the the killing, the assassination. I'm not a big fan of the celebratory mood about a political pundit being shot. Oh yeah, maybe I should be talking about the Florida and the vaccines. One moment, okay? I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm not gonna be super mourning his death, but you know, I'll be right back. I'll grab a late night thing and I'll go to the toilet and I'm gonna Fido is outside, so I'm gonna let him back in a moment. I'll be right back. Also invite all of your friends, colleagues, family members, all that you can for this glorious stream, okay? It's gonna be amazing. It's amazing. A moment. Be right back. Bush. Fido is here with us now. Look at that. I saw some school shooting news earlier, even before Kirk. Is it literally happening now? Yes, there was a shooting at a school as well. I'm not gonna cover that because, you know, but there was a school shooting. I know of at least one streamer that is covering that other shooting. My goodness, so many shootings, so many events, horrible stuff. Someone is gaming right now. Who is gaming? I mean, I know someone is gaming, but if you mean someone specific, then name them. And if you mean that someone just in general is gaming now, then, you know. Or is this some weird code word for doing a shooting? Damn. Hope not forgetting one. Also, I'm gonna be discussing a elephant in the room topic about Poland and Ukraine. Okay? Hey, Kyle Parker said, I'm back. Hey, Lucy, you are a nerd. I am a nerd. Not so jest, Busiu, no tak. Co jest, Fajdusiu? Fajdulku? Did you see him lick my face? I say Bushu, not Mushu. Bushu. Bushu. He yawned. Aww. Buziu. It's so nice to have Fido in the house. Not so. Fido. Fido. Non so. Non so. He wants something from me. I feel like I have to address his concerns before I continue. Okay, I'm gonna maybe give him some food. I'll be right back. I don't know if you can hear him. American millennial culture is about debate now. Listen, I'm a great debater. And how many bullets have you dodged, Lucy? I plead the fifth. We plead the fifth! Even though that's not a thing in Poland, but I still plead it. Should I? Fido wants me to take him for a walk. Should I take him for a walk? Vote in the chat if I should take him for a quick walk before we continue. All right, I'll be right back. Walk stream? No, I'm gonna leave you on a be right back screen, of course. A walk with your dog is a very intimate event. Okay? All right, I'll be right back. Okay. He's demanding, okay? He is demanding a walk. I'll be right back. I'll be back soon. I'm back. I actually could show the side chat. Hold on, let me fix that real quick before I turn off the... Actually, I should be showing the side chat. I could do that. Hold on. How do I... Let's check it. No co jest fajne? He's gonna complain at me again, then I'm gonna lose it. Is he? Is he actually, unironically? Okay, hold on. No już fajne. No co? What else does he want from me? My goodness. No co? No co? No co? No co? He's such a needy dog. I spoiled him too much. Like, he needs my attention 24/7. He needs me to, I don't know, massage him. Okay? I don't know what he wants from me now. Do you want me to massage his back? Chodź, Fajdo. No chodź. Chodź, Fajdo. He wants pets and attention. I just walked him. Hold on, let me... There you go. It's not very visible though. So I might have to fix that somehow. There you go. But we've done it. Okay? Alright, now we can talk about that family. Finally. We're gonna be talking about a elephant in the room topic as well while we do it. I have no clue why I put on the headphones, even though we're not gonna be watching any video, we're just gonna be reading and discussing. So I have no clue why these are on. I just did it on instinct, I guess. Instinctual behavior. A dog can never experience too much love, at least they don't seem to think so. That is true. That is true. We're never going back. Polish pensioners, lucky escape. Who's calling me? My mom's calling me at 3 a.m. Great. Is your mom okay? Yes. Two, okay. Right. I cut the joke. Alright. We're never going back. Polish pensioners' lucky escape as drones hits house. A Polish couple had a miraculous escape when a drone crashed into their house, just as they were watching a TV report about the wave of Russian drones violating Poland's airspace. That is so wild to watch a report on drones and then one hits your house. They could have died very easily, by the way. Tomasz Wesołowski was downstairs catching up with the news when the drone struck his home in Wyryki Wola, a village in the eastern Lubelskie region near the border with Belarus and Ukraine. I turned on the TV and all the news was about this massive drone flight. And after a while, I heard a plane flying over, and suddenly something boomed. The light fell from the ceiling in the downstairs living room, he said. The strike described by Wesołowski and his wife Alicja as a single powerful blast shook the house to its core, devastating the roof and destroying their bedroom. I went downstairs to check my blood pressure and noticed that there were loud airplanes flying over. A shocked Alicja told Polish news channel TVN24. My husband said they must be flying because we're close to the border, and then there was a bang, a huge one. Tomasz said the blast made a large hole in the ceiling above the bedroom. The room where we slept was destroyed. Things from the attic were scattered around the area. I can't see us living there again. That is... Ukrainian people are braver than that. Ukrainian people are just, oh, a drone struck. I guess we're going back. I guess we're gonna come back. Across Poland, people woke up to news of drones and debris falling to the ground after Polish and NATO military jets shot down a number of drones. During the overnight airspace incursion, other drones appear to have fallen to Earth after running out of fuel. I have a big commentary on this and I want to make a real strong point. Yeah, they are weak-willed Polish people. You're right. The authorities have laid the blame on Russia, but officials in Moscow, oh yeah, because who cares about the officials in Moscow, have denied responsibility as always. World leaders sent messages of solidarity and support to Poland in light of the unprecedented incident, which risks escalating the ongoing face-off between NATO and Russia over the war in Ukraine. For the likes of Alicja and Tomasz, however, the impact is closer to home, a home they may never see again. Right now, we're not allowed to enter the property, so we're waiting on the street, Alicja told reporters. We can spend the night near the school. There's a hotel there. At the moment, we don't see any chance of returning there, or of leaving there again. The damage is simply enormous. Oh, so it's not like they don't want to return. It's like they feel that they won't be able to rebuild. Maybe they feel like they won't be able to afford it. I feel like the government should assist in a time like this with rebuilding. Polish investigators responding to the overnight incursion first spotted drone fragments in a string of villages in eastern Poland and later in more central areas. 13 sites have been identified in total. In Wołyń, some 50 kilometers away from Alicja and Tomasz Wesołowski's home, a farmer was left deeply shocked after a drone crashed into a field close to his house. Roman Trochimiak told TVP World, "It was a terrible experience. It feels like the war started for me today, even though it's supposedly not here yet." It fell just 200 meters away. Heaven knows what could have happened to all my life's work and all my family's work. So, there's been a growing anti-Ukrainian sentiment in Poland. We cannot avoid this topic. There's been a lot of extremist people. There's been people saying that Ukrainian people are not grateful, that Ukrainian people just come here to leech, which is completely not true. And that there's been a growing sense of indifference. And I feel like maybe this sort of incident, when people experience what Ukrainian people experience on the daily, might make people realize just what sort of experience it is to be attacked by Russia daily. Every single day, drones, missiles, and other sort of things. It's maybe this will invoke some level of solidarity with the Ukrainian people. That is one of my hopes, that this will come out of this incident, because these are 19 rounds and already a couple of places were hit. And, you know, I feel like maybe this will, as weird as that sounds, give Polish people a little bit of a practical understanding of what, and a reminder of what the Ruski Mir, the Russian world, entails. What comes with when you have the Russians nearby. I mean, Poland's stance on Ukraine is not really negative. For the most part, the Polish government has a positive stance on Ukraine. If anything, it's the Polish president right now that has a pretty negative stance on Ukraine, considering the recent veto on a pro-Ukrainian bill. Are you advocating for the Polish people being bombed in order for them to understand what Ukrainians go through? No, that's not what I'm saying. I am, however, saying that since it happened, it might as well be a teachable moment. Because that is what Ukrainian people go through every single day. It's a little bit of a wake-up call, I think. Because Polish people don't really seem to realize that Ukraine is what stands between Russia and Poland. There seems to be this growing sentiment of, oh, it's happening over there. It doesn't affect us. It has nothing to do with us. Well, it seems like it has to do with Poland a little bit more than people thought, considering this. That's what I'm saying. Poland is not just divorced from everything that is happening in the region, and Polish people are not. All right, there we go. We have done the topic. We have talked about the topic. All right. All right. Whoa. And there is also the topic of people being super shocked by drones. Look, people are so shocked. See, big drones. Shaheeds. Shaheeds are big boys. It's a cheap long-range drone with which Ukrainian intelligence says is made of materials like plywood and foam and assembled at Russia's vast Buga facility. Ukraine and Western analysts say Russia uses the Gerbera as a cheap way to saturate Ukraine's air defenses. This was an eventful stream, I think so. I hope so. Even though we've missed a raid, but whatever. I'm still a little bit, I'm still a bit upset about the fact that we've missed a raid. Oh. According to Ukraine, the Gerbera is assembled in Russia from kits supplied by Chinese manufacturer Skywalker Technology. Star Wars rears its only ugly head. Beijing insists it is neutral in the war and denies supplying military assistance to Russia. Ukraine's intelligence agency also says it found electronic components from US and European manufacturers in the Gerbera, despite restrictions on exports of dual-use technologies to Russia. All right. So that's... There you go. Whoa. I've only covered 2 topics, but I've covered them a lot, so I guess that's good. Oh yeah, and there should be a new segment out now. All right. I think we could finish stream now, unless you want me to continue. Don't what? Don't finish stream? Or don't continue? You should continue. Let Fido stream for a bit. Fido's sleeping. Yes, Lucy, I wanted you to watch the video. If it's some video that will... Is this a video that will demonetize my stream? I gotta ask you straight up, because that is the types of videos that you send me. Basically. Oh. Wait,
like,
what?
that's what they believe. That is what they believe.
I've been recommended this streamer. I've been recommended this streamer today. Wait, where is the video? Okay, let's see. If this is something that will demonetize my stream, then I will cry because I had no donations tonight. Is Giga TOS? Oh, well then no, thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna watch it off stream. I'm gonna check it out on stream. Okay, I think this is safe to show. Okay. Thank God. Thank God, I think this is safe to show. How much money would you even get from the VOD? More than zero. Okay. More than zero. More than zero is good for me. Okay. 0.0.0.1 0.00001 groszy is okay for me because it's more than zero. Okay, you should respect money more, Conrad.
Order. Can we please stick to the issue at hand? We must reach a decision before the missiles hit.
Sitting here and squabbling about it isn't going to save us. What we require is swift...
Then NATO, I'm broadcasting a live feed from the Article 4 NATO meeting.
Decisive action. Someone must fly into the hive and destroy the threat.
I don't think rushing headlong into conflict is the best course of action for the people of Democritus, Hal.
Best course of action? Would you rather sit back and die? There are 64 cascading concussion missiles headed straight for us. Unless we do something in the next 2 hours, this entire planet will be rubble.
This is obviously my fault. I take complete responsibility for our destruction.
Oh, you're all jumping to conclusions. There's no evidence the missiles are even destructive in nature.
Evidence? The virulent hive has been doing this for hundreds of years. Bomb planet, wait for dust to settle, then recolonize to expand hive. What exactly do you think is inside those warheads? Gift baskets?
That's quite enough. No one doubts your passion for the subject, Councilman, but this is a democracy. All voices will be heard equally, and you've dominated this session long enough. Now, who will be heard next?
We will. I've heard enough. Give us a fighter. We'll take out this hive while you guys bicker about it.
Who are these people?
Are they serious?
Could we talk about this for a second?
You want to get off this planet or not?
See? Now that's decisiveness. Get this man a fighter.
That's a woman, Hal.
Aren't we all forgetting something? The 228 Sparrow is a state-of-the-art asteroid fighter. It packs everything a talented pilot would need to infiltrate and destroy the hive. Except our hangar security systems are still online. There's no time for a subcommittee to approve the activation. So you'd have to fight past a division of deadly sentry rowboats just to access the ship.
Sir, do I look like I care? Where are the keys?
This is insanity. Why fight the hive when we can just steal the fighter and
Maybe
save ourselves?
Boy Meets Mini?
Screw the fighter. Let's grab a warship and fly home in style.
No. I'm not gonna sit back and watch another planet be destroyed.
inhabitant can't let you do this.
Your concern is sweet, pal, and unfortunate because you're coming with us, period.
The robots you're about to destroy are my brothers. I won't help you kill them. Period.
Did he just talk smack to me?
Has he ever questioned you like that before? Pal, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty pissed off, man.
Congratulations, Boots. Your robots become self-aware. You're a daddy now.
That is so weird.
Self-aware? Hey, where do you get off?
Need I remind everyone of the missiles racing toward the planet?
Right. Stay put. But we're having a serious powwow when I get back, mister.
What?
Ugh, pinch me.
I don't think you know what being on the spectrum is, Conrad. But it's okay. People just use autism as a word for everything these days. Continue to pray. There you go. Stephen Crowder.
Hey, we don't know any more than you do right now. We're watching CNN. Everyone here I know has been praying for Charlie Kirk, the Kirk family.
Well, so much for your prayers. I don't think you do. I think I know more than you.
The state of our country.
Where is the spectrum and how do I get on? You jump on.
Obviously. And right away, they're already spinning stuff on CNN. Like I said, we don't have all the information yet, but I do know what they're saying is wrong. They're saying this is something now that, just heard them say, this plagues both sides. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Only the poor Republicans are being hunted down like dogs. Okay, the right wing is being hunted. We're under siege.
It doesn't plague both sides. One side has to risk their life and limb to express opinions, and the other acts with complete impunity. I can't tell you how many times I've been in that situation and been called a Nazi. And Charlie.
I can tell you how many times I've been shot. I can't tell you. Okay, I'm gonna log into Twitch after stream.
We've all been called Nazis, fascists, and just like President Trump being shot.
I wonder why. I wonder why people like Steven Crowder or Charlie Kirk, for that matter, would be called fascists ever. What a mystery. I cannot fathom what would lead people to do that.
My God, some people out there believe it. And why is Charlie Kirk a Nazi? Why is he a Nazi? He's one of those Israel supporting Nazis, apparently. Why is he any more of a Nazi than you or the next guy? Because he supports lower taxes? Because he thinks we should have borders?
No, those are definitely not the reasons, okay? What a dishonest piece of shit framing, okay? Oh, I just want borders and low taxes. Yeah, that is definitely everything that Steven Crowder stands for. Low taxes and borders. What an innocent little bean.
And he gets shot. This changes everything.
What a joke. What a joke to say that all that Charlie Kirk stood for was low taxes and
both sides
borders.
Are talking about presidents. Yeah. You can't say both sides, that both sides go out into public with the same level of fear as non-office holding citizens expressing an opinion. And now they're saying this is...
Yeah, because all people on the left hold offices, I guess.
Really just shows we need to bring down the temperature. Oh, really? After the bullets fly? After the bullets fly? I tell you, the temperature can be brought down when
are you saying that is Steven Crowder saying that the temperature should now be brought up? Is that what Steven Crowder is saying?
uncall him, us Nazis. When you uncall us, make sure that everyone out there who believes your bullshit, genocidal maniacs trying to erase trans people. When you
I mean, you want to erase trans people, don't even lie about it, okay?
ring that bell, then we can talk about bringing down the temperature. But right now, someone with opinions that up until 4 years ago, give or take, would be offensive to nobody.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay. My goodness.
He's shot. And because what economic policy? His kids don't deserve to have a dad?
Yes, Charlie Kirk. People did not like Charlie Kirk because of his economic policy.
What? Because he doesn't think that kids should be given puberty blockers, and because he has the balls to go out and say it in public, as opposed to from behind.
Yes,
the news.
that was the extent of his anti-trans anti-trans opinions. That's the extent, of course.
Desk. Now this is a change.
He completely did not express that mass shooters are trans just before the shooting occurred.
Moment, because that could be, I mean, it could be any of us on a laundry list of people. And so the culture now, and this is what really sucks, it's terrorism. It's, do you want to go out and try and change hearts and minds? Do you want to affect the country? Do you want to have an impact?
Moho says, by the way, can I just say how weird it is how he politicizes his friend's death whilst there is nothing known about this person yet? I know.
Do you want to enough?
There's nothing known about the shooter. What if the shooter is right wing?
To not leave your children fatherless. How much do you want to express that people should have the right to free speech?
Also, I called it. I called it that the right wing would declare themselves the biggest victims in the world after this shooting.
How much do you want to? Because you just may get shot. You know what else? It's not. I hate to speak this, but it's. You think this stops here? Do you think this stops here? I see people online say, oh, I wish the bullet a happy day. Shit like that. You think this stops here? It's very clear.
Moho, yeah, right. Or just like a psychophrenic man that has like no political reason. Like everyone in America having a gun kind of makes things more ambiguous. I guess so.
That this is what, and not only is it a clear sign of what's to come, the response makes it even clearer. Because the response is both sides, man. Tell you what.
What do you mean? Of course. See, people on the left, people that have left-leaning views never get killed or shot or anything. No, it's just the right wing. The brave right wing victims.
When you can unring the bell of calling us and Charlie Kirk, calling everyone on this side of the political spectrum a Nazi, a fascist, a racist.
Well, stop saying fascistic things. Let's compromise. You stop saying fascistic things. You stop saying things that the Nazis would be proud of. And you know, the label will be dropped just like that, okay? I think that's a fair compromise. Stop saying Nazi or fasci-like stuff and the labels will go away. I assure you. Here you go. There you go. I have devised a pretty acceptable compromise, I think. Vladimir says, I thought Crowder was gonna say a few words about Charlie, and you knew him, but since he beat his wife, my expectations are very low. I mean, he died today, and they're already using his death to profit. I mean, business as usual.
Transphobe, a homophobe, a threat to democracy, the biggest domestic terror threat that exists, white, straight, conservative males. Until you can unring that bell, there's no calming it down. There's no, let's let these temperatures simmer, because the bullets were fired on your command.
Whose command? What the fuck? Why? Whose? What?
Not ours. On your...
How would you even know that? How would you know that? How you cannot know that?
Command.
Who is you in this scenario?
Until you unring that bell, I say supreme.
Just what? What is he even saying?
Unfettered aggressivity. The only language that these people...
Who are these people?
Meaning radical leftists and, yeah, a lot...
Oh, okay. So he's basically saying that Charlie Kirk must have been killed by a radical leftist. We'll see.
A lot of the media speak is fear and violence.
Of course.
That's the only language they speak.
That's the takeaway from the shooting. Let's do more radical violence. A call to violence. Brilliant. Thank you, Steven Crowder. The fact that this guy still has a platform. 5.68 million subscribers. Yeah, let's just do more violence. That's the takeaway.
We don't burn down cities. And of course we shouldn't start.
I mean, you just called for radical violence.
Let's let temperatures cool? No. No, because if we all do that...
What is this incoherent ramble?
You get away with it. God forbid those... I don't even want to see... Charlie, at best, a life-altering injury, and you can say, yeah, but then afterwards we realized. No, you knew before. You know now. And now, so do we.
What the fuck are you talking about? Where is this? Where is this weird stream of consciousness? Again, it's just posturing the argument. It's just posturing. The argument does not have to make sense. That is true.
And it is going to be painful. And it should be for the people who put us in this place.
Okay. Of course. This is so transparent that it's pathetic. This is the most transparent, pathetic stuff out there. Oh, is this... No way. Did Asmongold also make a statement about this? Charlie's message will now be 10,000 times louder. We cannot fear to speak out. It's Charlie's legacy. Do not hold back our voices. I knew this was gonna happen. CNN and the leftist media killed Charlie just as much as that lunatic. The tolerant left killed the moderate right. Yeah, because Charlie Kirk represented the moderate right.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while.
Is this going to be about the Charlie Kirk shooting? Like, seriously? Oh, yeah, okay. First comment, Charlie Kirk's message just became 100 times stronger. Asman, please hire private security. You can afford it. Yeah, because private security... Charlie Kirk had private security, okay? He had guards around him. Like, private security will not do shit in a situation like that. Private security.
Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos.
Also, is Asmongold claiming that he's basically like Charlie Kirk?
My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
All right. Let's hear the opinion.
This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was...
What? Oh my God, the education system has failed at the American people. The education system has severely failed the American people. What did I just hear? He was shot in the neck, blood spurted out. I did not even know it could do that. Okay, also let's not over-exaggerate. The video was not that hardcore. Okay? Let's not over-exaggerate, okay? Don't be a pansy. I hate to be that person, okay?
Absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, controversial guy. He's
noteworthy.
Conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses.
You mean was and went, because he's dead now.
Does live debates.
He does not do live debates, not anymore.
Pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he's even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person.
Yes, he was a radical right-wing person. Are you kidding me? He wasn't? Charlie Kirk was not a radical right-wing person. If Charlie Kirk was not a radical right-wing person, then who the hell is? Do those people even exist?
But I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing.
What the fuck does that mean? He is somewhere between moderate and extreme. What a stupid thing to say. I wouldn't call him extreme. I would rather call him somewhere... I would call him somewhere between okay.
Very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously...
What does that mean, compared to now?
These shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum. And they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation...
Inside of a vacuum, Jesus Christ.
We have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations.
I mean, we've just heard Steven Crowder say that the temperature must not be lowered and that the right must rise up and use extreme violence against the radical left, so...
all social conversations and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647 all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that...
Oh, not necessarily. Well, how gracious of you.
In the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a, like, 90%.
I mean, whose addresses have been leaked? Was not that of radical right-wingers, I'll tell you that much.
Left-wing thing, but that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out.
Who are they, goddammit? Good question.
Those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time.
Oh, the right-wing people have been restraining themselves,
They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate.
Right-wing people have been speaking above political violence because there have been no right-wing mass shooters, right? No mass shooters have been of the right-wing political affiliate.
Above it and not try to stoop down to that level.
Yeah, of course. That is a really interesting thing to say.
But the issue is that
only the left wing does any violence, right? That's the line that we're gonna go with.
A lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now, I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really...
Although all those people with mental health problems, I don't care about them. Why do people watch this guy? It's pissing me off. So stupid. I know.
Really important is all the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I
think did think Kirk wasn't extreme enough. Apparently so.
I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that, and I don't want to see...
Apart from the crazies, quote-unquote, of course.
America turn into a PvP server, and it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent...
What a deep analysis of the situation. I don't want America to turn into a PvP server.
From happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that get arrested 14 times, and it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key, and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually, but for some reason, the way that makes people feel has...
Hold on, I want to hear that.
And and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually.
Yeah, you just forget about all the factors that make people like that in the first place. You just forget about the conditions that that lead people to become shooters, and you just solve, quote unquote, the problem by locking the people away and throwing the key, because that will surely lead to no more shooters happening, right? I don't even find Admiral to be that bad, but he's just really stupid and naive. No idea where he got this viewership from. From being a WoW streamer, World of Warcraft streamer. That is... I can already answer that question for you. He was a World of Warcraft streamer first. That is how he built his audience primarily. Bro, didn't he just say that the Palestinian culture is backwards, so they deserve to die? Yeah, he did some time ago.
But for some reason, the way that that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And
no, if it worked, then we would not be in a place. America has more prisoners per capita than any other country, if I'm not mistaken, and yet these things keep happening. So clearly, it does not work. If it worked, then there would be no problem now, would there? What a stupid thing to say. What? What do you mean it works?
The problem, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works.
Also, it doesn't fix anything. It just punishes people after the act. How does that fix anything?
And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous...
No, the problem is that the discussion is controlled by idiots. The discussion is dominated by idiots with huge audiences. Idiots that have 3.99 million subscribers that say the stupidest crap that comes to mind without thinking about it at all.
This performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway...
The name of the game should be prevention, not locking people away. How does that solve anything? Check the comments later.
Stab that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school. One thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it.
Yeah, actually, most shooters are not people with big mental illnesses. We've already went through that, so that's already... just that whole argument falls flat on its face. Just so you know.
And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having...
Well, your prescription was to lock people away. You want to lock people away preemptively, before they even do anything. Is that what your solution? Is that your policy solution is?
Problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic. And what I'm really trying
Why? Why Charlie Kirk in particular? Because he was a big famous guy?
To get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek.
Yeah, because right-wing people have just turned the other cheek like good Christians. There has been no violence perpetrated by right-wing nutjobs. No, siree. Not at all. Uh-huh.
Not going
What
to
a joke.
continue to just, oh, well, you know, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably...
Yeah, it's just all violence in the U.S. is perpetrated without exception by left-wing radicals, and no violent act has ever been committed by a right-winger. We all know that. That is known.
See right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And
we don't even know if Charlie Kirk was killed by a person with left-leaning views. We don't even know that. We don't even know who the shooter was, and already people so confidently talk about the shooter's identity and shooter's political views. This is... what the hell?
While I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them, because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for
like this is ridiculous. This is such ridiculous reporting on the thing. How would you even know? How would you even know if the shooter was not right-wing? Might have been. Or apolitical, as Moho stated in the chat earlier.
Or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where...
No, there's not. I have not been calling for violence. I said that, whatever, this is stupid. Of course, this is going to turn into this left-wing versus right-wing thing. This was so predictable.
It's considered, oh, well, you know, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And to the extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to.
Yeah, because the right-wing people have never called for the death of anybody. It's just, you know, harmless angels turning the other cheek. That is... such intellectual honesty on Asmongold's part.
And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more. Because
even more?
It's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion...
yeah, because up to this point, that has not been a thing, right?
I don't really think the word is justified because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, you know, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose.
This is so stupid. This framing of right-wing people being this innocent little beings that have never advocated for violence, that have never done any violence. This is so ridiculous. This is so... pathetic.
And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights.
And again, we don't even know the identity of the shooter. We don't even know who shot Charlie Kirk. We don't know.
And then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that...
yeah, who did Hassan Dogs. It was not right-wing people. I'll tell you that, okay? Let's not be ridiculous.
Is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And really the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and free with complete.
Yes, it's all about this. This is just such ridiculous rhetoric, especially since we don't even have all the information.
Freedom, practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis, and then congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it.
What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about?
Something bad that happened in Palestine, or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a...
This is brain dead. This is brain rot. This is what happens when dishonest hacks have a huge audience.
Response. This is what's going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends, or their like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Reddit. And
yeah, this is what separates people that cover things from dishonest hacks that spread, I don't know, agendas, I guess. Creating whole theories, creating definitive statements, very, very confident, definitive statements without having all the information. That is what separates hacks from people that actually discuss topics, okay? And we are dealing with a hack. He speaks as if we already know who the murderer is. Exactly, he does, and that is just... What? You will admit that compared to this, okay? Because earlier you said that my coverage was mid, but you will admit, okay, that compared to this, my coverage of the shooting was at least fair, okay? For fuck's sake.
Until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid...
Bro, I was just messing. Okay. Listen, I'm very easy to mess with.
Decline in any type of social discourse, and I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now. And I was laughed at a lot, and people are
yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why you were laughed at. With your brain dead political commentary.
It wasn't that big of a deal, and they were joking.
Who are they?
I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible.
I will say that I am not happy with people celebrating the killing.
And you also have people
that is actually
the ones telling the quote jokes that are talking around just directly saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but Anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves.
Who are they?
Through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse.
Of course.
So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can, here and there. But for the most part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious...
Okay, that's enough. I think we don't have to listen anymore. Vladimir says, funny people oftentimes get hurt. Masses hate all intelligent and funny people. I was probably recorded with a phone or something. Whatever. There was probably some ad hoc recorded video to make it feel more authentic, quote unquote. Lower quality makes it feel like more real, more authentic. This is me talking. This is not the Asmongold character talking. This is a raw video of me. Is the intended effect. Well, I guess that's it. We have streamed for a bit, 4 hours 38 minutes. So I guess we're gonna finish for tonight, right? All right, I guess that's it. Thank you very much. I'm gonna rest now. I'm gonna raid you to somebody. We have a few segments. Also, leave comments under VODs and likes and such. It helps me. Good night. I hope to see you tomorrow, Maho. It's been a while. Help me grow from a micro streamer to small streamer. As always. Okay, I'm gonna raid you to that. Who should I raid you to? I'm gonna raid you to Kid Not Kin, I guess. Alright. See you. That is true, I am a leftist, and that is what leftists do. Alright, good night.